Board of County Commission meeting on May 21st. It's good to have you all here. I will like to invite up Father Jim Sorvillo from the Church of Ascension in Clearwater. And all rise. And I would ask that Commissioner Eggers lead us in the pledge after.
Let us pray, everyone. Almighty God, who has given us this good land for our heritage, we humbly beseech thee that we may always prove ourselves a people mindful of your favor and glad to do your will. Bless our land with honorable industry, sound learning, and pure manners. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil way. Defend our liberties, and fashion into one people the multitudes brought to this land from many tongues. Endue with the spirit of wisdom those whom in your name we entrust our authority of government, especially this county board, that there may be justice and peace at home, and that through obedience to your law we may show forth praise among the nations of the earth. In times of prosperity, fill our hearts with thankfulness, and in the day of trouble, suffer not our trust in thee to fail. All of which we ask through the mighty name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen. Thank you. The United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I would like to ask Aaron Othier, Executive Director of Hero to a Child, and their board members to join me at the podium. Hi, Aaron. Nice to see you. I'm going to present you with this proclamation for Hero to a Child, and I'm going to just read a summary, if that's okay. Kind of eliminate some of those whereases. Since 1989, Hero to a Child has served as a nonprofit partner to the Guardian ad Litem Office of the 6th Judicial Circuit Court. For more than 3 decades, they have supported our local Guardian ad Litem office and tens of thousands of children in so many important ways. Recently, celebrating their 35th anniversary, their mission is to empower, uplift, and support children and young adults impacted by abuse and neglect to realize a bright future. In 2023 alone, Hero to a Child worked to fund emergency needs, enrichment activities, gifts and celebrations, and educational support for 2,767 children. On this momentous occasion, we recognize that and celebrate Hero to a Child's outstanding achievements, honoring its 35th year legacy of service and their ongoing commitment to building brighter futures for children and youth in Pinellas and Pasco counties. Thank you so much for your service, and if any of you want to have any words.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you all so much for your time and for the opportunity to recognize this amazing organization for the work that we've done. Over the past 35 years, we have, Hero to a Child has been able to invest millions of dollars right here into Circuit 6 in order to meet the needs that are not already covered by the state to the benefit of all the children in the child welfare system, both babies all the way to young adults. And we could not have done that without the support of the community, the support of the commissioners, and everybody else that has given their time, their talents, their gifts to the benefit of children in our system. So we are grateful for all of you, grateful for your recognition, and also I want to say thank you, especially to my board and for all that they have done to help our organization grow since 1989 to today. So thank you. Oh, sure, yes. So we have 2 of our board members here, Nick Fiorentino and Sharon Dunaway Alt. So thank you.
Thank you so much. We're gonna take a picture right up here. And I ask the commissioners come join me for a photograph. Okay. It's time to present, and I'm really excited about this. We do this every year, and I want to present our Emergency Medical Professional of the Year awards. And I can tell you, they just do great work every single day, and they put their lives on the line every day, and we just so appreciate that you're there for our citizens every day. So I extend my deepest gratitude to Pinellas County Credit Union for its support of this award for 34 consecutive years. Joining us today is Jim Kreider, Vice President of Lending, who will present the awards along with a special gift to each award recipient. Mr. Kreider, if you want to join me. Great to have you here again. So each year, the Board of Pinellas County Commissioners recognizes 3 individuals who have earned the title of Emergency Medical Professional of the Year. First, we're going to play a video to introduce these individuals and highlight their award-winning efforts.
Every day, members of Pinellas County's Emergency Medical Services team perform life-saving acts. In 2024, we honor 3 remarkable individuals who have been named Emergency Medical Services Professionals of the Year. Seth Cromer's superior clinical skills and calm demeanor during emotionally charged events make him Paramedic of the Year. In 2022, Seth and his team were first to arrive on scene of a major accident that left one driver trapped inside an overturned car.
For about 45 minutes, I was upside down in a car with a patient that was entrapped in the vehicle, and I had to be that person to not only talk to them and let them know everything was going to be okay, but also administer life-saving procedures and take that pain away for the time being while we awaited extrication to get there.
Thanks to Seth's calming presence, the driver was rescued with only minor injuries.
I heard from the hospital staff that he made it out and was going to be okay, and he had minor injuries. And the family thanked me immensely on scene before we left for the hospital and came up to me and gave me a big hug and told me thank you for being that person to respond to this emergency.
Seth credits his experience as a tactical paramedic for making him a better leader.
SWAT has tested me mentally, physically, emotionally, and it has made me a better man, a better father, a better paramedic, and the skills that I bring from SWAT back to the fireside just makes me a better paramedic for my community.
Seth invites anyone who wants to make a difference to join him and his team in one of the most vital roles in the county.
The most rewarding aspects of being a fire medic, I believe, are being that person in a time of need when seconds really do matter. This is a very stressful job at times, and being able to stay calm, cool, and collective while performing life-saving skills is very important.
Donald Tripp Staley's positive attitude and willingness to go above and beyond for every patient make him Emergency Medical Technician of the Year.
Every patient contact, we need to have empathy. We need to be focused on what we're doing and diligent with our patient care.
Recently, Tripp worked with his crew to treat a patient experiencing a severe flare-up of a disease that blocks airflow to the lungs.
Everybody was communicating, talking through the entire call. Everybody had certain responsibilities, and eventually it was a positive outcome on the back end as we kept checking in with the hospital. It made me feel pretty proud of what we were doing just as a crew, and that all of the learning that we've put together throughout the years between all the experience that we had for the crew that was on scene was going to pay off for that patient in a positive way.
Tripp's family inspired him to change careers and become an EMT.
I was a teacher first, public school teacher in Maryland. My dad was a career firefighter for 30 years in Montgomery County. With everything that was going on with COVID, I wanted to do something different to give back to the community outside of just being a teacher. And it just felt like a natural transition to go into the fire and EMS world. My family motivates me. I have family that live in the northern part of the county, and I want the best possible provider to show up to an emergency if they have an emergency. And I expect that for all the providers and myself. If a stranger calls 911, they want the best possible provider to show up to their front door.
Haley Bean's commitment to her colleagues' success and well-being makes her Emergency Medical Dispatcher of the Year. From the day she first set foot in the county's regional 911 center in January 2016, Haley has shown initiative by leading programs that improve morale and educate the community.
I head multiple committees, I volunteer for multiple projects, and I always am making sure my call takers are the best versions of themselves.
Haley's compassion to help others extends to the county's furry residents too.
I currently run the See the Pet program for our mental health committee, where we bring animal services in and the call takers can take breaks from high activity to go down and see the dogs and cats of animal services. I think it gives our call takers a good chance to step away from the comm center, and it's also great for animal services. The dogs get to take a break away from the shelter, and it's probably the highlight of their day.
In 2022, Haley's resourcefulness helped a man find his way out of the largest preserve in the county.
A couple years ago, I took a call for a man lost in Brooker Creek. He strayed too far from the trail and got lost. I took the call and used his GPS signal to track him. I guided him towards the trail and back towards safety. After we had the helicopter sent out, we had 2 deputies on ATV make contact with him and were able to rescue him. Being able to use those resources to help him made me feel like it was a huge success.
The Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners congratulates Seth Cromer, Tripp Staley, and Haley Bean, the 2024 EMS Professionals of the Year. Your commitment makes a profound difference with every call for help. And on behalf of the county, thank you to all of our emergency professionals for your service.
Every year we get to recognize 3 heroes, and I wish we could recognize more because all of you do such great work, and a lot of your colleagues as well, and often you couldn't do it without your colleagues. So congratulations to all of you. So Seth Cromer, if you wanted to come up, I have your plaque. Seth Cromer's journey at Seminole Fire Rescue reflects his dedication and versatility in emergency medical services. His decade of experience that includes senior roles with the hazmat team and as tactical paramedic with Pinellas County Sheriff's Office SWAT. Seth's compassion to mentor colleagues further highlights his leadership qualities, making him a respected figure with the department and the community. Congratulations, Seth. And I have this for you. So as far as pictures are going to go, we're going to take pictures with him and family, and then at the end, we'll have all the commissioners come with all 3, if that's okay. Okay, great. Before I go further, Jim, do you want to let everybody know what you're giving them? No, come on up to the microphone.
So each recipient on behalf of Pinellas Federal Credit Union is getting a check for $150 to go along with it. So congratulations and great job to everyone.
Thank you. So Donald Tripp Stanley of Sunstar Paramedics, if he would like to come and join me. He exemplifies dedication, compassion, and clinical expertise. Every shift, Tripp ensures patient care by consistently arriving early to prepare his truck and equipment. His recent completion of paramedic school underscores his commitment to excellence. Tripp's dedication earns him respect from colleagues and community partners alike, while his compassionate nature and superior bedside manner inspire his peers to go above and beyond to lend life-saving aid to every patient. Congratulations, Tripp. And Haley, if you'd like to come and join us. Since joining the Regional 911 Center in January of 2016, Haley has consistently gone above and beyond in improving the morale and welfare of the team. She leads various committees such as the See the Pet program and Medical Apparatus Fair. Every April, she coordinates the National Public Safety Telecommunicator Week activities for almost 100 public safety telecommunicators. Haley maintains a high training standards as lead public safety telecommunicator. Despite her humble demeanor, Haley's impact inspires her fellow dispatchers to serve the community with distinction for every call for help. Congratulations, Haley. And I want to thank again Jim Kreider, the Vice President of Lending with Pinellas County Credit Union. We really appreciate your support year after year. 34 years is a wonderful commitment. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to have Craig Hare, Director of EMS and Fire Administration, and Jasmine Solomon, Director of Clinical Services at Sunstar Paramedics, to join me at the podium. They will be accepting the Emergency Medical Services Week proclamation on behalf of all emergency medical service personnel. In 1980, a countywide referendum catalyzed public support for the creation of the Pinellas County Emergency Medical Services, EMS, and set foundation for our high performance in an EMS system. National Emergency Medical Services Week is an opportunity for all of us to reflect on the dedicated efforts of our EMS system personnel who provide compassionate daily care and service to our community every day. The high skill level and professionalism of our emergency medical dispatchers, emergency medical technicians, and paramedics have enabled the EMS system to attain clinical excellence in trauma and medical care. The long-standing partnership with our local fire rescue agencies for paramedic first response, the countywide paramedic ambulance service, and our local hospitals allow emergency medical services to be provided seamlessly. Emergency medical services has a substantial impact on public health, safety, and welfare through the care of the sick and the injured. National Emergency Services Weeks brings together our community and EMS providers to celebrate our accomplishments and rededicate ourselves to compassionate quality care and service. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed by the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners that the week of May 19th through May 25th, 2024, be recognized as Emergency Services Week. Thank you for your dedication. And we're going to bring the commissioners back up for a photo. So next we have citizens to be heard. And for each of you, when you come up, we need you to speak your name and your address, and you each will have 3 minutes. This is Ron Walker. And after Mr. Walker will be David Ballard Geddes.
Say when.
Whenever you're ready.
My name is Ron Walker. I live 7100 Olmerton Road, lot number 1106. I'm here today to see how I can exploit Florida's whistleblower law. I researched it, and it's to be enforced by the Inspector General. So I met early this month with the Inspector General Plummer and Assistant Inspector General Eckert, and they said they weren't interested in helping me to exploit the whistleblower law. If I exploit it, the people of Pinellas County will receive a handsome financial windfall. I hope to participate in that windfall, like they do in the feds, but I couldn't find any record of it in state law. And so I met with Plummer. He said, I'm not interested in collecting the money for the people. Then I called the next day Commissioner Long's office, and her office, before the day was over, called me back. And a man named Tony said she wouldn't be interested in helping me collect this windfall for the people. However, he said, why don't you go and address the county commission assembled in Congress, and they are capable of entering contracts and collecting money if they're interested in the windfall. That's my story. The people of Pinellas County have been stiffed for a lot of money, and I don't think you can discover it without a whistleblower. Any questions?
Thank you, sir.
I have for each of you, should I give it to you and you'll distribute it to them? One each? Here we go. So think it over, and I'll see you next meeting and see how we can get this money for the people. It's less than $1 million and somewhat more than $500,000. And if you take the interest, the current statutory interest, just under 5%, and it compounds, it's a hit. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for coming
You're welcome.
and letting us know. David Ballard-Geddes, Jr. And then after David is Sherry Day.
Hi, good afternoon. David Ballard-Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. This drawing represents how Almighty God replenishes the aquifer. He uses rainfall to fill the wetlands. In turn, the water from the wetlands percolates through the soil horizons, aerobically filtering the water, purifying the water as it enters the aquifer, replenishing the aquifer naturally. In contrast, the practice of man's artificial attempts at weather modification, coupled with the direct injection of reclaimed water into the aquifer, bypasses the ecostructure divinely created and established by Almighty God. Reclaimed water is a mixture of nitrate compounds that have been filtered and temporarily held in suspension through the use of chemicals such as chlorine. The chlorinated nitrate compounds, reclaimed water injected directly into or indirectly into the aquifer through the SHARP and the TAP program, are intended to destabilize the pH balance of the aquifer, molesting, contaminating, and ultimately destroying the groundwater supply. When in the course of human events, audaciously, the Declaration of Independence states that our current government is here to harass us. The Declaration of Independence states that this government is here to eat us out of our subsistence. It declares a long train of usurpations, declaring that mankind is more disposed to suffer. It declares to create new offices, perfidy, destruction, to swarm, to ravage, all the while such evil is declaring itself to be divine and provident, declaring itself again to be a God, nature's God in the Declaration of Independence, assuming to have powers of the earth in its abuse and destruction of the ecosystem, an ecostructure born by Almighty God. It will soon be self-evident on its face, this declaration before us serving such constitutional undertaking. This nature's God of such is made of pride and constitutional sacrilege. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Sherry Day. And after Miss Day is Jeff Robinson.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Sherry Day, long-term resident of the Stevenson Creek here in Clearwater. Today I'm here to introduce the new 501c nonprofit, the Stevenson Creek Advocates Group. You can refer to us as SCAGs. Today our mission is to protect the creek from the powerful developer Moses Agami, in other words, Valor Capital, for a permit that's now in the county's Water and Navigation Department under scrutiny. It's for 9 docks and boat lifts at the mouth of the estuary of this Stevenson Creek. This is the Fort Harrison Bridge and Sunset Point Road. And that is the Serena High Rise. But note, the adjacent high rise, which is Serena by the Sea, is advertising docks in their sales material. So this permit that's under scrutiny now is a Trojan horse, and it can pave the way for as many more docks to serve their adjacent property, strangling the estuary where manatees thrive and jet skiers' wakes already damage our shorelines. This is their sales material from their website at the to-be-built townhouses for which this permit is being applied. We residents learned of this in February with only days to prepare for the CDB's semi-quasi meeting. But the applicant had months, if not years, to prepare, and the city passed their application. Unfortunately, it was based on a staff report with several erred points. They concluded, and I quote, that the proposed dock is compatible in length to the docks in the immediate area, and referenced 2 multifamily properties with docks, but those were not in the immediate area of the proposed docks. Instead, they were referenced across Alt 19 and south of the bridge. Another incorrect criteria stated the docks will be, quote, in harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, density, and character of adjacent properties in which it is located. Yet, there are only single docks at single residences on the entire creek. So that's another fallacy. Please don't reverse what was already been spent by both the city and the county in tax dollars, where the estuary was dredged, and as a result of this, wildlife has been returned. This creek is a part of Clearwater's history, our important watershed, a historical Indian site, and home to manatees and dolphins.
Thank you. Jeff Robinson. And after Mr. Robinson is Daryl Lakely.
Hi, good afternoon. I am Jeff Robinson. I'm also part of the Stevenson Creek Advocacy Group, and I live on Stevenson Creek on the bayou there. I'm here to address a couple questions where the county water and navigation criteria states that if any of the following questions are answered in an affirmative, the application shall be denied or modified. So the first criteria, their question is, would the project have a detrimental effect on the use of such water for navigation, transportation, recreational, or other public purposes and public convenience? And the answer to that is yes, it will have a detrimental effect for the kayakers, paddleboarders, canoeists, wading fishermen will all have environmental and safety issues to contend with. From our backyard alone, we witnessed jet skiers running at full speed up and down the estuary along mangroves, degrading the shoreline and shallows as disturbing the tranquility of the estuary. Another safety issue is adding 9 docks to this one location near the mouth of the narrow bridge can only impede others as they enter or leave the intercoastal. The little signage that does exist today is generally ignored, and we have not seen any enforcement along the creek. So more signage is certainly not going to be the answer. Criteria number 4 states that would the project have a material adverse effect upon erosion control, extraordinary storm drainage, shoaling of channels, or would it likely have an adverse effect on the water quality that presently exists in the area or limit progress to rejuvenation? And once again, the answer is yes. Stephen Creek was extremely polluted in the past. and underwent extensive rehabilitation work, including dredging to restore water levels to an acceptable level that would foster the regeneration of wildlife. In 2014, at the cost of millions of dollars of taxpayer funds, the creek was dredged to improve water quality and to encourage dolphins, manatees, and other wildlife to return. Thankfully, the water quality has shown some improvement, and we do have wildlife slowly regenerating, but the water levels remain extremely low. Water depths are only 2 to 3 feet in many areas, excuse me. So additional power boats will disturb the creek bottom and destroy a critical seagrass and mangroves that are needed. Our government has already funded numerous studies and work that demonstrates the importance of protecting this estuary. So we encourage you to vote no to permitting these multiple docks. Thank you.
Thank you. Darrell Lackey? And after Mr. Lackey is Amy Trachtenberg?
It's Lakey, but that's okay. Yeah, my name is Darrell Lakey. I reside on Overbrook Avenue on Stevenson Creek in Clearwater. And a quick side note, I worked for AT&T for 40 years in California, 911 services and all the dispatch centers in my area. So I appreciate all the 911 EMS and all of their service. Yeah, thank you to them. I am speaking also in regards, to dock application WND 24-00210. It is in the early process stages and hopefully will be denied and will never come before this board. The application is for a 9-slip commercial-sized dock at the mouth of Stevenson Creek. There are now 13 usable single boat slips up and down the creek. There are no multi-slip docks anywhere on Stevenson Creek. I have many videos and pictures of manatees, dolphins, ospreys, bald eagles, roseate spoonbills, and many more living and using the creek. In fact, this morning there were 4 manatees frolicking and probably doing other things on the creek, for a couple of hours. They come in and out every day. We have an issue with speeders, jet skis and boats on the creek. I was kayaking last summer coming out of a spring creek, which feeds into Stevens Creek, and I was almost hit head-on by a family of speeders, or a family in a speeding boat. The county dock approval process has 9 very specific questions that all need to be answered in the affirmative in order for the approval. This multi-dock application fails in at least 6 of those 9 questions. Question number 5, would the project have a material adverse effect upon the natural beauty and recreational advantages of the county? Yes, it would. Without a doubt, this is one of the most beautiful waterways in Clearwater and in the county. And because of that, the attractiveness to these luxury builders, but we expect the city and county authorities to protect this creek. We use it, for kayaking, for fishing, lounging on the shores, and every once in a while we'll get speeders, jet skiers, boats flying up and down the creek, which disrupt the birds, the manatees, and all the fish. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi, and then next after Amy is Katie Taylor. They'll pull it up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Ami Trachtenberg, Stevenson Avenue in Clearwater. I first of all want to thank the commissioners who listened to my concerns and gave me guidance prior to this going to the county. And this concerning Stevenson Creek application, which is now in water and navigation. While the City of Clearwater initially granted the code deviations for this multi-dock boat project, it has now taken into account the numerous reasons why Stevenson's Creek status needs to be updated, and a feasibility study of the creek is now in works with interagency efforts. We are urging Pinellas County to analyze the long-term consequences of allowing multiple motorboats in one location on this estuary, which will inevitably have a strong environmental impact on the entire area. I'll address one of those questions in water navigation. Number 6, would the project have a material adverse effect upon the conservation of wildlife, marine life, and other natural resources, including beaches and shores, so as to be contrary to the public interest? Well, that is yes. The restoration of Stevenson Creek has been an expensive and lengthy process using taxpayer funds and many public resources. The construction of a multi-boat dock will inevitably impact the wildlife in this fragile estuary. Okay, we're getting on to oyster beds. There are many of them found in the creek, including the proposed area of the multi-boat dock. Adult oysters filter up to 50 gallons of water a day and are helping in the recovery of the creek's ecosystem. Seagrass. Well, seagrass is growing in the creek. It's dependent on good water quality, which the creek is struggling with. Seagrass also plays a vital role in offsetting carbon emissions. It filters contaminants and sediment. It stabilizes the creek bottom, helps storm surge protection, and serves as a feeding ground for the fish and animals, and it provides them protection. Seagrass is also the major source for the federally protected West Indian manatees, which harbor in the creek. The average manatee eats about 150 pounds of seagrass, or you can call it eelgrass too, a day. It is essential to promote the growth and restoration of seagrass and vegetation through improved water quality. When you lose the basis of your ecosystem, which is your plants, the creek will die. We are currently seeking opinions from many environmental organizations for their expertise and support, and we have a letter from Dr. Beth Brady from the Save the Manatees attesting to their concerns regarding the impact this dock project will have on the manatees. Those of you that know me here know my many years of public service and leadership at Pinellas, and we thank you. I thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Katie Taylor, and after Katie is Pastor Mac Johnson.
Good afternoon. My name is Katie Taylor, 1991 Douglas Lane in Tarpon Springs. I have 2 points of interest that I'd like to get feedback on from the county commissioners. One is the request for a left turning light at the corner of Anclote Boulevard and alternate 19 going north, that traffic backs all the way up from Dodecanese to Anclote. The traffic has increased now, especially now during spring break, well, school's out. But it's a left turning light at Dodecanese, and there's a left turning light at Blossom Trail. We like to have one at Anclote because the community at Meadow Cove, we are having to sit in that line for almost 10 minutes just to get a left turn. If we don't catch the light, we stuck until the next one. We always have to run a caution light every time. So we like to have a left turning light, corner of Anclote and Anclote Boulevard going north on alternate 19. The next request is to ask who's in charge of the Pinellas Trail at the corner of Lime Street and Stafford Avenue in Tarpon Springs. That trail is closed. We have to go either right, if you're going west, you have to go right 3 blocks to get to alternate 19. It's a very inconvenience for the Union Academy neighborhood. People that live in that community, we're having to go out of our way to get from 119 to the other. That connection connects both US 19 and alternate 19. That's the only street in that block between Tarpon Avenue and Martin Luther King that would allow direct access from alternate 19 to new 19. So I'm requesting if the county, if they're responsible, because I attend the city commissioners meeting and they're saying it's the county. So I'm just trying to figure out who's in charge of that trail at that corner so we can try to get that trail opened up so we can have direct access from alternate 19 to new 19 and a left turning lane at Anclote Boulevard going north.
Thank you. And I see Commissioner Eggers taking diligent notes. And so my assumption is he'll reach out to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next is Pastor Mac Johnson. And after the pastor is Greg Pound.
I'd like to say good afternoon to the commissioners and to all of us that are present today. And again, you know, I'm just one of the kind of guys that like to make sure that if things are done, it need to be done right. And what the Lord has taught me, things can't be done right without God. Now, I have a Bible verse here from 2 Corinthians, and it says we conduct ourselves in the world primarily by the grace of God. I mean, that's kind of like paraphrasing a little bit, but then we think about that. Because really, if we did not have God's grace, there would be no chance for any of us to stand in this world or do whatever work, whatever calling we have. But because of God's grace, these great, beautiful opportunities are set before us. And so what we want to try to conclude is that we are doing our duties according to the grace of God. Now, most of us are familiar with the Bible, and I have learned that the Bible is true, and that's why I so boldly and so gracefully stand for it, because I've learned the Bible to be true. Now, most of us are familiar with one of the main characters of Scripture by the name of, he was Saul of Tarsus before he got saved, and God saved this man as he was persecuting the church. Imagine God saving a man that's persecuting the church. The church today is what life's all about. Jesus came, he died for the church. And for those of us that recognize that and receive that, God give us life. Now Paul had some kind of sickness or ailment. The Bible don't specifically say what it is, but it let us know that there was something Paul was concerned about in his life, that he wanted to get it out. He wanted it not to be there. And I'm sure most of us have concluded we got some things in our lives we want to get out. And a lot of us have prayed to God, and it looked like God did not do it. It looked like he's not going to do it. It looked like. But I want to say this. Paul recognized that God's grace is sufficient for thee. God's grace. What is grace? Grace is unearned, unmerited favor. It's a free gift of God. God has given us a free gift to where we can walk with him, where we can accomplish all of our goals and all these things that we set before us, but we can do them right. But we must have God's grace, meaning that we're looking to him to make sure and stamp the approval upon all that we're doing and all that we're saying. God's grace. Wow, what a powerful word. Grace is sufficient. No matter what you're going through, if you can trust God in that and through that, you're going to find that he's going to see you through. I want to see our county make it through. I want to see our country make it through, but we got to go back and recognize who Jesus is.
Thank you, Pastor.
All about. Thank you very much.
Greg Pound.
Greg Pound, Largo. This is a statement out of a book I'm reading on families. And it says, separating children from their dads destroys the human ecosystem, a biological community of reacting human organisms in their physical environment. This makes humans slaves when they remove their fathers out of the families. I thought that was pretty profound, because that's what we've done in America. We have separated the children from their fathers. The court system, the DCF, it's throughout the state of America, the United States. The states are united. And so we got the gay pride coming up here this next month, and I want you to go down there and look at the people. I want you to look, see all the children, all the white people. There's going to be, they're prominent, white people and little children. And so when you go down there and see that, now this isn't just happened by accident. This isn't something that's just happening and no one knows what's going on. And this is to destroy the country, destroy the people in the country. And the leaders of it are, you know, the Bible says the place of a woman is to be the home builder, building her home. And you know, I mean, that's nothing more important than your families and your children. And once you see what was going on here in America, the destruction of the family, it's, you know, it's really sad. You know, it's crazy that we were put in a parenting class where this is here in Largo, and it was on Seminole Boulevard, 1301 Seminole Boulevard, and it was court ordered, and it says we're supposed to teach our children, this is what it says, touching their sexual organs for pleasure. This is at the age of 5. To use all correct terms for all sexual body parts, including reproductive organs. It says, seek privacy when they want to touch themselves sexually for pleasure. And the list goes on, and I've read it here several times. And, you know, when you see the guy over there, this is Tampa Tribune, and once you see the article that the guy that was over DCF, Al Zimmerman, here's looking at child porn, and here's a guy over the Department of Children and Family, a friend of Charlie Crisp, when he was the governor and all the positions he's held for 16 years in Tallahassee. And it's really sad because what they're doing is they're destroying our families. You destroy our families, we're in big trouble. You know, I don't know if you've seen what's going on with, you know, I mean, with our country and our government. I mean, do you guys ever watch alternative news stations to find out the truth? I mean, there's tons of them out there, but we're just in big trouble as a nation because we've become a reprobated, perverted nation, and the goal is to destroy the family, turn the men into women, the women into men, and destroy the family. And that's what's happening. And it's sad that white culture has become so corrupt and perverted. I mean, I don't know what to say has happened to the white people. I mean, I'm a white person, you know.
Thank you. Next up, we have Sheba Lee. Is Ms. Lee here? I know she pre-registered. Okay. Okay, and then we have a Zoom person, Bennett Brzezicki.
Mr. Brzezicki, if you're on Zoom, can you please hit *9 to unmute yourself? Madam Chair, I don't believe that Mr. Brzezicki has joined us today.
Okay, well, that is all we have for citizens to be heard. So we'll move on to the consent agenda, items number 5 through 18. Is anyone looking to have some, Commissioner Eggers, are you looking to have something?
Nope, just
No?
move approval. Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we'll go on to number 19. Barry?
Item number 19 is Public Transportation Grant Agreement, Florida Department of Transportation. This is for work associated with Airco's Airfield and site preparation at St. Pete Clearwater International Airport.
Any questions or discussion? Got a motion by Commissioner Flowers. Second by Commissioner Scott. If you want to pull up the voting card so members can vote.
Yes.
And Commissioner Eggers is a yes, so that passes unanimously. Go on to number 20.
It's a project application to the Federal Aviation Administration. This is associated with their airport terminal project for $6 million.
Any questions or discussion? Got a motion from Commissioner Scott, a second from Commissioner Justice. If we could pull up the voting cards so commissioners can vote. Number 21. Oh, that passes unanimous. We'll go on to number 21.
This is a ranking of firms and agreements with CNS Engineers for the Passenger Terminal Improvement Project. This is design and construction management, a little over $14 million.
Okay. Any questions or discussion? I'd entertain a motion. Got a motion from Commissioner Flowers, a second from Commissioner Scott. If we bring up the voting card, please. Commissioners vote. And that passes unanimously. We go on to number 22.
Change order number 2, it's associated with Southern Folger Detention Equipment. This is for jail F-wing sliding door retrofit project.
Do you have any questions or discussion?
Move approval.
Got a motion from Commissioner Eggers, a second from Commissioner Long. If we could pull up the voting card, commissioners vote. That passes unanimously. Number 23.
This is the first amendment to an agreement with Williamson Design Associates for professional architectural consulting services. This is to add a jail site master plan update to look at future projects associated with all the different tech row buildings and things that the sheriff has, and some very old buildings that we want to be able to look at a master plan on what our future needs are.
Any questions or discussion?
Just one quick question.
Commissioner Eggers has a question.
Yeah, just assuming that when we approved the list on the 21st for 700, if I did the math right, that's the 5.6 million. We're only choosing one, right?
Yeah, this is the only amendment. This is the 348,000 that we're
Right.
adding.
The original one was 700,000.
Yeah, Joe, can you explain the difference on that?
When I see 5.6 million, I just want to make sure that was a total approval
For
of
the
the 7
eight,
firms.
yes.
If we used all 8 firms, and we're only using one.
Correct.
For 700.
Because the original firm, they're going back to the original firm who created the plan to begin with. So this firm is under contract with us, so we're just increasing it with that one firm.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And I'm here, I think I heard it was Commissioner Flowers with the motion and Commissioner Scott with a second. Is that correct? Okay.
Sure.
Okay, well, if we could bring up the voting card. And that passes unanimously. We go on to number 24.
This resolution is placed as a placement of an economic development ad valorem tax exemption referendum question on the August 20th, 2024 ballot. You were briefed individually by this item.
Any questions, or Commissioner Eggers?
Cynthia?
Yeah, well, first of all, it sounds like we have to do it on August 20th because it expires in August.
Right.
What's the downfall if we don't do it then and we do it in November election? What's the downfall of being 2 or 3 months?
Good afternoon, Cynthia Johnson, Economic Development. Commissioner, one of the downfalls if we don't do it is, one, we lose consistency with the program. Two, we also lose the opportunity to ensure that our existing participants don't have any interruption in their program, because we have a company going through the process now. And all of the voters who will have access to vote on this countywide election are the same group that have access in November. And we don't want to get lost in the November election. We think that the August 21 is really the better opportunity for us to stay consistent with what we've done in the past.
Well, I appreciate the explanation. If there's some way we can avoid doing it again, we know that the turnout in August is nowhere near what the turnout in November will be, period. Just never is. So it's much better when we take something like this to all of our residents. Now, we understand that they all have a chance to vote on it. I'm just saying that they don't. And I think to have it done in November would be the appropriate time to do it in normal time. So I'm not real comfortable with it, frankly, for myself, but is there a way that going forward you can make this terminate so that we can get this moved? Or when you get to that time again, don't put any in the queue so that we don't worry about it for those 3 months and get it back on target for a November election?
Well, I can't say we can't put any in the queue, because it depends on what you all agree to the exemption timeframe. So some may get 7 years, some may get 10 years. But I do, your points are very well taken. And we did check with the supervisor of elections, and they recommended that we go with the August 20th date.
Going forward, though, I mean, I think 10 years hence, it would be nice if we didn't have to worry about anybody in the queue so that we could move it to November.
November date.
Yeah, adjustment. Thank you.
Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Commissioner's point, one of the things I'm worried about is the fact that people that are registered third parties, such as MPA, are not really going to participate in this because they can't vote in August unless it's for judges or school board races. And so when this was passed before, was it in August?
Yes, it was in the August election.
Well, in 10
2014.
years, I will probably not be here. Commissioner Eggers might.
He won't be here.
But hopefully in 10 years, this will be, because the MPA is one of the fastest growing political parties in Florida. And, you know, I think that when we put something before the voters, we should do it when the most people can participate as possible. But I do understand your point of the November ballot being very cluttered with a lot of races and a lot of questions. So, thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. What if we did decide to wait till November, what would be interrupted? Would we have projects in the pipeline that would be paused?
Yes, we do have a project in the pipeline that's actively receiving, so it would be impacted. We will interrupt the continuity of the program, and then that's about the major impacts on it. And then it would change the time frame for the next election. It will be pushed back a couple of months.
So if one active project now that would be paused, it would have to...
Yes. Yes, it will be paused. And we do have another application that's coming that's in the queue right now. We're hoping to get to the board by July. And so that project too may have some impact if you all choose to, you know, accept that project as an Avalon tax exemption project.
And if it didn't pass in August, then everything just comes to a hard stop?
Everything comes to a hard stop. I will say to you that we have over 6 communities in our community that actually have active programs. Pinellas Park is the latest one that just got approved. And then our partners in Pasco County has it as well. So it's a tool that we use for economic development. And like I said last week, it's not a tool that we offer up to everybody. It is only used to really do expansion and used as an incentive to keep that investment here in Pinellas County. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, Commissioner Long.
Good afternoon. It's nice to have you here.
Good afternoon.
I'm curious about whether or not there are any educational efforts going on prior to the election to let voters know the importance
Well, we do
of this
have
program.
information. We do have information available, and we have already communicated with our communications department to ensure that we do have information provided. Right now on our website at pced.org, you can go and you'll get a full description of the project, of the program. Its history and its activity is listed for the public, and we have engaged communications on the front end.
Yes, and I'm not positive, but I think we can't use taxpayer money on a vote. So we have to be careful on our communications.
We have to be careful.
Yeah,
There
we
are
have to be careful.
limitations based on recent legislation.
You can just provide info.
So Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted, I support everything that's being said. I thank you so much for the meeting. But I guess to try to maybe add to the layers, when we are providing this exemption, it is usually in exchange for an expansion or for additional jobs from the community. So if this was not supported, then that could potentially impact the number of employment positions. Not saying that they would, but it could potentially impact the number of employee positions or the agreement that was made initially for how many people they would hire if they're expanding, or how many new people they would bring on board, which we then probably couldn't hold them responsible for that because So I'm just asking that for clarification.
Yes, Commissioner, you're absolutely correct. It could potentially impact new high-wage jobs in our target industry sector, and it could potentially impact the investment that the company makes on that real property. That real property investment, this exemption is only on that improvement. So we continue to get taxes on the other parts of that expansion, if you will, but we would potentially not have a company investing in the infrastructure, making our buildings more modern and more available for growth, so we can hire more high-wage employees.
Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, one more question. No, this
No
probably,
worries.
this probably isn't for you, but just maybe to everybody else and to what Commissioner Latvala was talking about. So if you are, there are nonpartisan races in August, right? Like the school board.
School board and judges.
Yeah, so this particular item would appear on all ballots?
It's a referendum that will be a countywide referendum. It will appear, according to my conversation with the Supervisor of Elections Office, it's a countywide referendum, and it should appear on all ballots.
Yeah, we can only go to countywide, and that's the reason we can't do off.
Okay, I just want to make
cycle.
sure I was clear on that one. Yeah, I think to Commissioner Flowers' point, this is a great program. I think it's been very good for our county. I just don't like doing it the way it's being done. And I said, probably not many of us will be around. And so I think it's really important that going forward, that we let folks know that want to get in the queue, that there may be a delay. These folks didn't know that. They don't know that. They're already in it. But it may be a delay because we're going to move this to November going forward. Not this year I'm talking about in 10 years. It's really important that we get more people voting on this kind of thing. So that's just my opinion, but thank you.
Questions or discussion? Okay, then I would entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Got a motion by Commissioner Flowers, a second by Commissioner Long. If you want to bring up the voting card and commissioners vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. And if we could put some kind of tickler in there to make sure in 10 years that that gets changed to the November and that any participants would know that there would be a pause, that would be great. Thank you. We're going to number 25.
It's a termination of agreement with Directions for Mental Health or Directions for Living. They no longer wish to perform this service.
Okay, any questions or discussion? I know
Question.
Commissioner Justice.
This is one that we were going to get some more information about.
Yep.
How we're providing services to
Lourdes,
those high
you or
utilizers.
Karen, who's going to address this? They're ready.
I figured as much.
Good afternoon, Karen Yatchum, Human Services Director. So I think the question from the last work session was what occurred with the original 33? I just want to make sure that that question was correct.
Well, this vendor is no longer providing services. Are those services no longer going to be provided, period? No longer provided to just those initial 33 or whatever it was? And I thought we were cycling through, if someone went out of the program for whatever reason, that we brought someone else in.
Okay, so the original 33 was a 5-year program with a different vendor. When that program ended, all of those clients were successfully transitioned to different levels of care. USF did a study and made recommendations for future iterations of the program, so how we could best learn from the services that were provided to the top 33 for future services. And they made recommendations, and then we re-procured the services with the different vendor, which was Directions for Living. So over the last year, they have enrolled 4 clients. When they made the recommendation to us, asking for us to terminate their agreement, they indicated that they would be able to transition all 4 of those clients in-house for those services.
And then we're going to reappropriate that funds to other services.
So the current plan, based on the anti-camping law that has been established and is in effect October 1, we are transitioning 2 case managers out of that funding to the sheriff's office because we know that those that are experiencing chronic homelessness will have many of those same needs. So they will need to be wrapped around with case management services. And as we watch how that law progresses and how the population progresses at Safe Harbor, we may need to add more, but we're starting with 2.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Thank you, Karen, appreciate it. Okay, any other discussion? Motion from Commissioner Scott, second from Commissioner Eggers. If we bring up the voting card. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Number 26.
Item 26 is 2 renewals with Operation PAR to continue to provide substance use services for our Pinellas County Health Program.
Any questions or
These are
discussion?
renewals.
Got a motion from Commissioner Long. Second from Commissioner Scott. If we bring up the voting card, commissioners vote. And that passes unanimously. We'll move on to number 27.
This is a grant funding agreement with the state of Florida Emergency Management. This is for funding associated with Hurricane Eta, $19,993.
Any
Reimbursable
questions?
cost.
Got a motion from Commissioner Justice, second from Commissioner Long. If you bring up your voting cards. And we're waiting on,
IT.
there we go. That passes unanimous. Thank you. We'll move on to number 28.
Item number 28 is grant funding agreement with the state of Florida. This is regarding Hurricane Idalia. It's legislative appropriation for nourishment and dune construction for Sand Key in the amount of just over $10 million.
If I could interject just briefly, there is a requirement in this grant agreement that there is also a resolution adopted by the board. It is in your agenda package, but just because the recommendation doesn't say adoption of both, I just want to make it clear that you should do both and ask that the motion maker and second include both the agreement and the resolution.
Thank you.
We'll include, and the resolution. Okay, and do we have a second? And we have a second from Commissioner Justice, is that correct? Okay, got a motion from Commissioner Scott, second from Commissioner Justice. If you pull up the voting card, commissioners vote, and that is for both items. And that passes unanimously. Number 29.
This resolution amends our uniform write-off policy for accounting purposes. And all this does is it includes the inspector general or our external auditor.
Okay, any questions? No, I'd entertain a motion. Motion from Commissioner Flowers, second from Commissioner Long. We bring up the voting card. Commissioners vote. And that passes unanimous. Number 30.
Item 30 is a good day when we can add to our open space. This is exercising the trust with the Weitzel property. This is additional 15.1 acres that will add to our land purchases.
Any questions or discussion? Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just noting that in my recent memory, this brings us up to 226 acres of green space that we've added to the rolls in
Nice.
Pinellas County. So a good day.
Great day. Any other comments or discussion? No. Got a motion from Commissioner Scott, second from Commissioner Justice. If we bring up the voting cards, commissioners vote. Okay, and we move on to, that passes unanimous. We'll move on to number 31.
This application to receive E911 trust fund monies from the state of Florida.
Any questions or discussion? Got a motion from Commissioner Long. Second from Commissioner Scott. If we bring up the voting cards. That passes unanimously. Number 32.
This is an agreement with Aztec Systems Holding. This is our CityWorks online enterprise licensing software.
Any questions or discussion? And entertain a motion. We got a motion from Commissioner Long, a second from Commissioner Flowers. If we pull up the voting card. Commissioner Latvala? And that passes unanimously. Move on to number 33.
This is a request for a new local workforce development area designation with CareerSource, Hillsborough, Pinellas, under the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act.
Any questions, comments, or discussion? No? Lots of Tylenol. Do we have a motion? Got a motion from Commissioner Long? Second from Commissioner Scott. If we bring up the voting card.
All right. We don't want to turn this meeting into that.
That did pass unanimously. We'll go on to county attorney reports.
I have no reports.
No reports. County administrator?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have several items today. First, I'd like to introduce Matt Spohr, who joined our team effective yesterday. So he's going to be heading all of our legislative affairs things up. And we're also going to put him in working on all of our performance management initiatives. So we're going to call it the Office of Strategic Initiatives and put several things under it. So he joins our team. I'd also like to introduce Jennifer Rayner. She's our interim animal services director. And so we wanted to have a chance to put a face with the name. So when you have one of those burning questions, that's who you call. So we want to welcome her. Next up, I'm going to call up Karen, or I think, Karen, you're going to take on the CARE. So we want to talk about a CAM. So we're going to give you an update on CAM, which is now Care About Me, all right? And so I'm going to turn it over to Karen to provide that presentation.
Good afternoon. Just waiting for the slide to come.
Come on, guys in the back.
All right. So good afternoon, commissioners. I am here to share the exciting news that we are ready for the full launch of the coordinated access model, which we have branded Care About Me. First, I want to say thank you to the board for allowing us to move into this space to implement this model and for the continued support in this process. When KPMG completed their Elevate Behavioral Health Plan, they highlighted the need for streamlined access to and improved system metrics for behavioral health care. Our Care About Me coordinated access model accomplishes both of these elements. Before I delve into the work, I want to take a minute to reflect on the first slide before you. This image, the website, and branded materials you will see soon help set the tone for how Care About Me normalizes behavioral health care and helps reduce stigma associated with accessing these services. The branding is fresh, it's modern, and has a goal of inclusivity. Now I would like to take some time to share with you how we got here today and the extensive work that has been completed getting us ready. The work has been a dynamic partnership between Unite Us, who is here today in the audience, KPMG, Pinellas County, and several community partners. The Care About Me team has been working on model creation and implementation for the last several months to design, plan, implement, and test the CAM so that we're ready today for launch. The work that has been accomplished in the last few months includes facilitating over 100 meetings with behavioral health providers and referring partners, developing operations manuals, procedure manuals, creating detailed workflows, building a dedicated website, creating a communications plan, reviewing and approving all marketing materials, and ensuring that we have key performance metrics for the CAM as well as the system itself. We have tested the system by calling, texting, chatting, and referring. We have presented various scenarios to the CAM team to ensure workflows were correct, ensuring that standardized screening tools were used correctly, checking to ensure appropriate appointments were booked, and at all times focusing on customer service to our residents. All of that time and effort brings us here today to share with you that Care About Me coordinated access model is ready to go live. So what does that mean, and what is the Care About Me model really going to achieve? Care About Me streamlines access to mental health, substance use, and addiction services. It is really quite simple. Pinellas residents make contact with the CAM. Contact includes calling or texting the 188 number, 1-888 number, accessing the website to complete a self-referral, or initiating an online chat. We built the CAM understanding that residents will be in various stages of readiness to access care, and we wanted to provide as many options as possible. Once contact is made, the Unite Us team does their work. They collect demographics, complete the behavioral health screening tools, and book the appointment. They send documentation to the service provider, which reduces the number of times our residents have to tell their story. They then follow up with the resident and provider to ensure the appointment was kept, closing the loop. The CAM is open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., and 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturdays and holidays. While the CAM is not built for crisis care, Unite Us has hired very skilled clinicians who understand how to access the crisis system if the need arises. What sets the CAM apart? This is not information and referral. Pinellas residents receive a screening, and they are matched to a provider who can meet the level of care being recommended. We offer appointments with various organizations who provide in-person and telehealth services. Several providers have stepped up to be a part of the CAM, and we have been able to secure over 63 weekly appointments being held for our residents. We have secured psychiatry services for the rare occurrence where a resident may need a medication refill that falls outside of their next appointment. We provide access for community partners or helpers to refer residents they are working with. For example, we are partnering with St. Pete Free Clinic to refer their patients in need of behavioral health care. They simply complete the e-referral on the website, and the CAM connects their patient for scheduling. The CAM uses the Unite Us platform to streamline communication between entities. For example, if the school social worker refers a youth to the CAM, they are able to log in the system and see that the youth was connected and the appointment had been secured. The CAM matches residents with the right level of care and eliminates the need for residents to call and find out if the provider accepts their insurance or if they're accepting new patients. The CAM staff do that work. On February 13th, the testing phase continued, but with residents. We wanted to work closely with partners who would refer residents and share open, honest feedback for the process. Our first partner was the sheriff. The sheriff has been a tremendous partner in this process and allowed the mental health unit to be the first organization to truly test the CAM. Residents who are not in crisis but need assistance with navigating the system are referred to the CAM for screening and appointment setting. The loop is closed with the resident and the mental health unit, and then each week we meet with the mental health unit to hear their open and honest feedback. And I will tell you, they've been very, very honest in this process. These weekly meetings are very important so that we can focus on continuous quality improvement. We have completed this process with all of our referring partners, which includes 211 Tampa Bay Cares, the Public Defender's Office, Pinellas County Schools, Gulf Coast Call Program, New Seasons Treatment Center, Pinellas County Internal Human Service Programs, Area Agency on Aging, and as mentioned, the St. Petersburg Free Clinic. Since the creation of this slide deck, we have updated numbers. So as of today, we have served over 201 residents just through this testing phase. So this is before launch. This is just with our referring partners. We have booked over 127 appointments, and our show rate is consistently above 84%, which is much higher than the standard rate for behavioral health services. Last week, our show rate for appointments was 100%, so something to really be proud of. I think it's important that you not only hear from me about the success of the CAM and our readiness for full launch, so I wanted to share a few quotes with you from our referring partners. Pinellas County Schools stated communication between the CAM and the mental health liaisons is pivotal, especially for the appointment scheduling. It has always been a pain point since we don't always know. The Public Defender's Office said that the constant communication and closed loop notification system is a breath of fresh air. The Pinellas County Sheriff's Office Mental Health Unit shared that the CAM has significantly reduced the workload associated with booking appointments for residents. Before the CAM, securing an appointment included multiple steps, advocacy, and follow-up. They shared that by using the CAM, this process occurs within the same week. So now I'd like to just share one of our very, very early success stories. This occurred within our first week of testing with the mental health unit. A resident was referred to the CAM by the Sheriff's Office Mental Health Unit. The specialist spoke with the mental health unit and the resident and secured the appointment within 2 days. The resident called Care About Me several times leading up to the appointment. The specialist was able to listen to her needs, build rapport, and provide support. When the service provider called the resident to confirm the appointment, the resident canceled, and that happens frequently. With our closed-loop system, the CAM team was notified, reached back out to the resident to understand what occurred. Because the CAM team is comprised of skilled behavioral health clinicians, they were able to discuss her readiness for services, re-engage, and secure a new appointment. The CAM team secured the appointment within the hour. She attended that appointment and is now engaged in further treatment. As the referring entity, the mental health unit was notified and closed the loop. Without the Care About Me team's engagement and closed-loop system, this resident may not have connected to services. In closing, I would like to say we are very excited for today being our full launch of the Care About Me Coordinated Access Model. The CAM can be reached at 1-888-431-1998 or at careaboutme.org. And we have flyers and cards going around.
Commissioners, before we stop, and I know you're going to have a lot to say about this, you charged staff 5 years ago with changing up this model. We know people were getting lost in the system. And we just really have to give so much credit to Karen, Lourdes, and the entire team for the countless hours, but really the care in trying to design this process. And I really want to call out our Unite Us staff, Carolyn Egan, Emily Kaplan, and Chelsea Drezen. Again, they really come to CAM and they called out things. If you would stand, guys, they really, really were. They called out processes early on where it wasn't working with the dual model, and they proposed a solution, And so it really was a team effort to get to where we are today. And so, just incredibly proud of the team, and you can see this is a model for the rest of the country to follow. It really is. It's a virtual center to where people they can enter anywhere life takes them, and so it just we're very excited about it and very, very happy to present it to you here today.
Thank you all for being here and all your hard work. Any questions, comments, discussions? Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for all the work that you and your team have done in putting this together. I was looking at the various partners that are participating in this, and I do not see Suncoast listed. Are they participating?
They are. So currently, Suncoast is one of the entities that has offered services for children. So they have offered one appointment for a child under 6.
What about for adults?
Not at this time. So they were able to offer the one appointment. So they're not part of the full 63, but we do have 63 that kind of cover adults, seniors, and youth.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. And Mr. Burton kind of hit on it. How many similar CAMs are operating around the country?
I would say I'm aware of one, which was, I would say, what KPMG really brought to us as a really promising practice. It's in California. Their structure is different. They're a Medicaid expansion state. Their structure is all in-house, so it would kind of be my department would be doing all of that work instead of working with external partners and vendors. They are the service providers.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner Eggers, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just really wanted to echo your comments to Lourdes and Karen and your team. To me, this is probably one of the most important things that we've done in this county. And I can get a little bit emotional about it just because any of us who have family members who have had issues 100%. Like this know the importance of this. That connection, the story that you told about somebody not going to their appointment is so critical. It could be nothing, and it could also be a suicide the next day since they didn't go. So this CAM portal and the state-of-the-art kind of leading I think you're going to be getting a lot of calls from folks once this gets launched and seeing the successes that we have. And the residents of Pinellas County need to thank you as well and your team. Just can't be more proud of it, and look forward to how we do and the metrics that you get going forward. Thank you.
Anyone else? No? I think this was a Herculean effort. And I get all choked up, sorry. This was a big deal.
Yeah.
And it was a long journey. It was a really long journey. And I think that we have come up with something that's spectacular. And so congratulations to all of you. And I just can't wait to see 1 year later.
Yeah.
Is what I'm really, I'd love to hear a 6-month and then maybe a 1 year. But this is huge. And I know Unitas, you didn't do anything like this before, correct? So, so they really were in the starting blocks with us from the very get-go, and there were a lot of bumps in the road, and you all have persevered like superheroes and have come up with something really special and great. Thank you.
Chair, I have one question. Yeah.
Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah. So I see that we've obviously included the schools, so we're touching the kids side to this. So teenage kids who have all the issues that teenage kids have can directly connect, or they connect through somebody?
Youth can connect. There's a provision in the statute that allows for services to be rendered to youth. If they're, I think it's not, if they're not in crisis, but we've worked through that process. And I wanted to be brief and high level, but there has been so much work put into this, hours and hours, and making sure that every kind of question that has come our way, that we've really thoroughly vetted that, and that was one. So we spent time, we reviewed it, we worked with the county attorney's office. Barbara's team has been amazing. We hold meetings probably 15 hours a week just for the CAM, not including everything else we do, but it's just to get this right. So yes, youth can access, or they can be referred.
And the other question I had is, and I think of the two ends of the spectrum, you got the kids and the children. How about our seniors and
Absolutely.
The ones that oftentimes are lonely and alone, don't have anybody. So
Absolutely. So we, within that 63, there are a multitude of ages and providers that can serve seniors, and we met with Area Agency on Aging a few times to ensure that through their access line, they also know how to refer, and I believe to date they've referred one senior, so we're looking forward to more as well. And 211 really has been a big referral source, as you can imagine. So I anticipate as seniors contact 211 in need of services and support, they will link to the CAM as well.
to all of those groups that really appeal to the county for funding, I think of Neighborly Care, for instance, all of those are going to be aware of this, because those folks touch a lot of seniors.
Yeah, so our plan really was today, we wanted to bring this here first. We didn't want to get ahead of the board because you've all been so supportive in this. So there is a full launch. We're having a press release. Unitas has worked with a local marketing organization, which I'll say just kind of like knocked it out of the park. If you can look at those visuals, they're beautiful. So the website, please look at the website. It's beautiful. The materials that went around, I mean, it really is modern and fresh and inviting. And I think a benefit of this is going to be an anti-stigma campaign as just a result of how fresh this marketing is.
Any other comments or questions? Outstanding. Congratulations. And you guys deserve more than a pat on the back.
Yeah, I agree.
Really.
Thank you.
Okay, now wipe your eyes. I got some not so easy stuff. We did meet with Duke regarding the issue of them removing trees. Not as easy as just asking them to stop doing it. They have a number of issues that they're looking at. The biggest I think, outtake of the meeting is that they're going to start working with our staff closer. They're going to go out and tour areas that are targeted for removal. And there's no question, and they admitted that they can do a much better job on public outreach. They said they physically contact the owner before they remove a tree. We've heard otherwise in our meetings. We're going to coordinate and give them the complaints that you all have received. because we've heard otherwise very directly, okay? And so there's a disconnect there. So I don't know what is true, but we're going to do a follow-up. So we're going to have a follow-up meeting after they've reviewed that, after they've worked with our staff to map out what their future plans are. They right now, what they're doing is they're looking at mature at using a mature treat height determination to see if it's incompatible with their line lengths and stuff. So they're projecting out. And so obviously, if they trimmed every 2 years, then, they wouldn't meet that height. But if they, cut it down, then it's removed. But it's impacting neighborhoods. They said it's not been a change in their policy. It's always been part of their vegetation management policy, but it sure seems to be because it's throughout the county and every community is dealing with this. That they, again, we're going to follow up on the disconnect between whether they talk to the property owner or not. They do a variety of certified mail, site visits, door hangers, et cetera and stuff. But we want to make sure that it truly is. A lot of times they say that a lot of the complaints come from neighbors and not the actual property owner, which could be. I mean, obviously it's a visual and a blight to the entire neighborhood. But again, we've heard specific examples. So obviously there's a disconnect and more needs to be done with that. They say that all the trees are within their easements, obviously, or they would not remove it. Obviously, they don't have the authority, but they certainly do if it's within their easement. They said they're revisiting their policy on not grinding stumps after removal, which, is kind of insult to injury. You chop the tree down, you have that, and then they leave the stump. So hopefully they'll revise their policy on that, and so we'll see. So. They're revising their policy. So I don't know what their policy is, but it sounded like that I think what they were making it sound like if it was in the front yard, that would be different than if it was behind the house. But we've certainly seen pictures where stumps are remaining even in the front yard. So we also had conversations that they've had extensive damage to our county rights-of-way, where contractors working for Duke did not follow up, and that they did not follow our permit process. And so we have issues there, and we're taking the appropriate measures at a staff level to enforce our permit requirements. They said that this has since been corrected, and so we should see full compliance. They're going to provide a copy of their vegetative management plan and other shareable data on their decision-making. And then, again, they're going to go out with our forestry services to talk about what trees, why, and then we'll look at their their vegetation management program as part of that. But the big thing is trying to make sure that they coordinate and communicate with residents much, much, much better than what they have. We've asked for mitigation for mature canopy trees. They could, I think, add by placing money into a tree bank fund. So where they are removing trees, we can replace them in the general area as we do with the rest of our tree bank fund. And after this follow-up, they have offered to come before a county commission meeting. But I wanted to get some of the disconnect. This was the first meeting. The disconnect between we don't cut trees down in people's front yard unless they know, and people saying that they didn't know, and things like that. So this was the first meeting. I'm happy that the president of Duke was there, along with all of her vice presidents that cover vegetation management and everything else, along with Kelly and Jill and our forestry division of our staff. So that's the first meeting. That's the update I have for you at this point.
Commissioner Eggers.
Well, first of all, I'm glad to hear them at least admit that their communication has been woeful. I would imagine that if their communication within their company was this bad, they would be fired immediately. They need to do a better job of communicating with our residents. I think to knock on their door and say, we're going to cut your tree down in about half an hour versus communicating ahead of time so that they have apparently, and I don't think it's probably very successful, but there is an appeal process that an individual can do for that. So it doesn't help if they're going to cut it down in an hour, but if they're going to give time for that, that's a good thing.
They say they do this well ahead of when they actually come in.
Okay.
I-
Well,
Again, we hear
I understand.
otherwise.
I understand, that's fine.
But that's what they
The
said.
stump cost is going to be a big one,
Yes.
because cutting down trees seems to be cheaper than trimming trees. So if you add the stump cost in there, that might make them think a little bit differently. It also would be nice to know the trees that are reaching a certain height that are in their target zone, because maybe residents on their own can get a tree company to come in and trim it down to a height that would be more acceptable and not be cut down. I don't know. I mean, it's certainly something that at least a resident has that option to do. And again, if they're communicating early enough, that might be something. I'm sure there are a lot of tree companies, or a lot of tree trimming companies in this county that would love to have that additional business. But that again, I think that the stump grinding is going to be key, because that is adding insult to injury in many cases. So, and it does equalize the cost a little bit. So thank you for having that first meeting, and look forward to having them when we get to chat with them. Thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Barry and Kelly, thank you both very much for meeting with Duke. I think that's a really good first step. I think it would be great at some point in the future for them to come and do a presentation on all of these things. And that would be something that we could encourage, definitely encourage residents to watch, particularly the ones that have been reaching out to us. You mentioned something about them not complying with our permit process. Would we even have the ability to deny a permit?
Kelly, you want to address that specifically?
Kelly Hammer-Levy, Public Works Director. Yes, we issue what's called a general annual permit to basically cities and utility providers for performing maintenance in our right-of-ways. That general annual requires them to provide us 48 hours notification so that we can get out there, do pre-pictures and pre-inspections so that we know what it looked like before work commenced and then after. There are certain activities that are not allowed to be performed under that general annual. No work along East Lake Road is allowed at all. Those are separate permits. You have to come in and apply. Tree removals are not permitted under the general annual. You have to apply for a separate right-of-way permit for that.
Okay, got it.
So yes, we do have enforcement capability.
Thank you.
Commissioner Flowers.
I am really appreciative of you having that conversation. I would have to say that I do understand Duke Energy's attempt to mitigate any issues during a storm, because you have those huge oak trees that fall on persons' houses. Up in Tallahassee from the tornado going through, that's what you saw, a lot of the huge trees falling on houses, and that's how the one young lady died, because the tree fell on the house and it unfortunately killed her. What I garnered more from the individuals that were coming is no notification, which is what they said they didn't know, but it's kind of the way the tree was butchered.
Yeah.
It didn't look like it was trimming, it looked like it was just like cut in half. And so that's what I got from them. It was no communication, and then just the way that it was done to leave it so unsightly. You might as well just go ahead and chop it all down. I do find it interesting, though, for the oaks, that they would be doing that, because I know in some communities, oaks are protected trees. So to just, unless it has some type of issue, they have this fungus disease and stuff that grows on the trunks and all of that. So unless it's some kind of issue, I know at least in St. Petersburg, you can't cut down an oak. And if you do, you are fined pretty heavily. There was an article in the paper today about a couple that was fined $15,000 because they cut down those trees.
Former city manager up there in Safety Harbor.
Okay, well, they cut down those trees. So, and when I spoke with Jeff Baker about it, prior to all of this, when the young lady first came, they seemed to be genuinely wanting to work out something for the residents. So I appreciate Melissa Satius and her team and all of them meeting with you. And I hope we can come to some understanding because, again, I do understand when storms come, those big trees, they could come down and completely destroy a home, tear down lines, which then, persons are out of power. They're upset with us because they don't have power, but it's because the lines were popped. But I do understand from some of the pictures that we saw, it was sad. And so I think it's more of you're not even asking or notifying, and then the way that the tree's been butchered.
And this is a big for, most cities in our county. I mean, they met with St. Petersburg, Clearwater's wanting to meet with them, and within the individual cities, they have different requirements and different permit issues. So they're going to have to work through that. This was a good first meeting. It said at the city managers meeting, I'd report back the next meeting, which I'll do. But we'll continue to work through. I mean, it was a productive meeting in that they said they want to work with us. Now, what does that mean? I don't know. The specifics matter, and the outcome matters. And certainly, the residents were in here, and the pictures that we've seen, that you've seen, don't show the type of performance we would expect, out of Duke. So we'll continue to work at it. I'll report back, and we'll try to schedule that, for later this summer for a meeting here at one of our work sessions. Okay?
Any other questions or comments about this?
Okay. Last item. So we heard about, I say that we heard about a historic district being created in St. Petersburg. I say heard about because the notification went to, I think, like 308 Court Street. Well, I don't know where 308 Court Street is, but it's not to our building, and it went to like General Services. Well, I don't know where General Services is, so we didn't know anything about it. But we have a historic district that's being proposed in St. Petersburg that would affect both our courthouse, our 501 building, and our health department building. That's concerning to me because, especially with the health department building, Dr. Cho would love nothing better than to have a developer buy that out and build a new building down in St. Pete closer to his clients, and he's got an old building. The historic designation for the other ones, I don't think you're going to see the envelope necessarily change, but if it does, you would have to go through, obviously, a process for a historically designated building. Unfortunately, if we were to vote for it, and that's the reason I'm bringing it up under County Administrator's report, the ballots would be due today at 5. So if you want, you can vote, and I'll grab them and run down to St. Pete. But I recommend we just do nothing, because doing nothing is a no vote. And if it has merit and it actually makes a recommendation to council, well, then I'll sit down with them and understand what this is all about. Frankly, the reason I'm bringing it is because I recommend we not do anything about it. And if it moves forward, I'd want to know more about what this would do and how this would come about. So I sorry to drop this on you, but that's how we learned about it. So.
Commissioner Flowers, then Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'm disappointed. Sending something in the mail is okay, but somebody down there could have picked up the phone. We picked up the phone and had communications, about a whole lot of other things. So somebody could have picked up the phone and called. That's number one. Number two, having the pleasure of serving on city council, I'm very familiar with when you are designating something as a historic district, the complications that then come into play when you want to do any type of renovation or upgrades to those facilities. Yep. Either you can't do it or you have to pay an arm and a leg to do it, and it's really not worth your while at that point. And so I'm really disappointed. And I know I'm around a lot of their staff and their council members. No one said anything to me about that. And yes, we probably could get a nice, decent dollar amount for the buildings that we own down there. The issue becomes, where else can we afford to build and move, despite whatever you may get for the property? So I support what you're saying, and I do think that, somebody should come and make a presentation to us about what the who, what, when, where, and how's is, because I've lived through historic designation fights. Some want it and some don't. And they, you have your staunch proponents with good arguments. But when you look at the buildings that are along that corridor, they have history, but not necessarily historic. They have history. But not necessarily to make a historic designation. And again, a lot of people love to say it, but then when they see the ramifications that it causes when they want to do something to that property, then they feel it. So anyway, I think what you're doing is right, and I hope that we do have a chance to get a presentation or communication. They could have one of their persons come up here and chitter chatter.
Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things, because I heard about this issue this week as well. It is a private organization that is making the application for this historic district. It's not the city of St. Petersburg in any official capacity. They process the ballots, but it's not the city of St. Pete applying for this. It is this group. As we have in the Palm Harbor Historic District, there are contributing buildings and non-contributing buildings. I think our courthouse might be contributing, but I seriously doubt our health department building is contributing to the historic value there. But so, right, and the city, whoever did the ballots, someone should have thought, But the question I have is, let's say it had come 30 days ago, whenever it was, and it had come to your desk. Do we have established that it would come to the commission, or is that a authority granted to you, or what? Where do we have that? Do we know?
I defer to the county attorney's office on that, but I would think it would come to the commission, for
We
a
took a look.
designation like that.
You all are aware you have an ordinance that deals with the authority that's been designated to the county administrator. Given the very compressed time frame that we saw, having gotten notice on this, we were trying to fit it into something, but we couldn't find anything that really is formally designated to the county administrator, so our recommendation would have been that it come here.
Okay. And just so you know, if they do reach their ballot threshold, which I think is 70 out of 150 properties or something like that, then they have to do an actual application. This is just a preliminary kind of step. They have an application due within 30 days or 60 days. It goes to the city advisory committee that vets it, and then if they approve it, it would go to the city council, which they would have 2 public hearings to hear it before it would actually get approved by the city council of St. Petersburg. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Long.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with everything that Commissioner Flowers and Commissioner Justice have said and/or the questions that they've raised. My concern is a bit broader than what they were trying to address, because from what I understand, we, the county, own a lot of buildings in downtown St. Pete. And I would like to know, do we have plans for what we want to do with them? Is it time for us to take a look at doing something else? I don't know. But we rarely talk about what's going on in the buildings that we do have work going on in. And some of it is also tied up with the courts, is it not? And the clerk's office?
So the courthouse is full, right? It's court activities. The 501 building, now that we have our innovation center, you have space. That would be a prime target. But, one project at a time. So there's just a capacity issue to try to deal with that. If, in other words, if we were to move out of the 501 building, we still have to find space for the supervisor of elections. The clerk still have some offices in there. So there's some ancillary services in there that we need to address. The health department is a building in need of repair. We've talked to Dr. Cho about it. We've had developers over the time reach out, and they always want to, talk about money, but it's never going to be enough to build a new building. So we've got enough building going on. We can't handle anymore. So it's just really been put on the back burner. So right now the building's fine. We're actually, proposing some roof, replacements. So that gives us time. And but that's the main buildings that you have. You have 501. You have that. You actually have a health department building over there, and then Human Services, and then Health Department building. Those are the main buildings you have in that general vicinity of downtown. That's what I'd like to sit down with them about. I'm not necessarily opposed, like with the courthouse, for instance. I don't know if it has historic value or not. Never looked at it. But I don't have time before 5 o'clock, so
unless we have a better time and a better analysis, then my recommendation would be no for now. And so,
Well, for the historic designations too, I believe it's 7 specific characters, and you have to meet 4 of those. And so some homework is typically done on the history, you know, and what makes it historic. And I thought, Charlie, did they tell you also, because I thought unless it's changed, even though the application may be approved by the city council, it still has to be approved by the state historic preservation committee.
I am not familiar with the exact process on that.
Okay, any other comments or discussion? Okay, is that all you have?
That concludes my report.
Okay. Then we'll move on to number 36, an appointment to the Pinellas Housing Finance Authority, and that's the commission as a whole. I believe we're choosing one, correct?
With a total of 4 votes, the board has selected Estelle Damusi.
Okay. And then we'll move on to new business. I'll start with Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe it was last week, there was a couple fallen officer memorials. The Sheriff's Office memorial that I attended with a couple of my colleagues, I believe Commissioner Justice, Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Eggers, and I believe a couple of others were there, as well as the memorial in Clearwater with the Clearwater PD. Commissioner Justice and Eggers were there as well. I also participated in a Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber Q&A with some business owners at the beach last week. That was a lot of fun. I attended the Sustainability Summit lunch with all of y'all. But I'm really looking forward, and I wanted to mention this mainly to make Barry uncomfortable. I'm really looking forward to the next update that we have so I can talk about the Career Source Consortium meeting, special meeting that we have on Tuesday. And I appreciate Hillsborough accepting my request 3 weeks after the fact to have our special meeting. And I'm really looking forward to our opportunity to be collegial and work together in a spirit of such. I will just say that I hope some of our members have better attitudes than they have shown in the past. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Eggers.
Gosh, that could just open up so much good conversation. Well, yeah, so just, I agree, Pinellas County Sheriff's Office and the Clearwater Police had two officer memorial services, excellent. I was so moving, and Teresa Kondek shows up. Her husband was killed, gosh, it's over 10 years, over 10 years ago now, and just continues to come back, because she feels it's important, obviously, for her family and her husband, but it's also important for us to be able to recognize her and her family. She's a beautiful person who's done just amazing things to bring that issue to light. And I think if you had a chance, probably didn't, but her daughter spoke up in Tallahassee to a group of folks, a huge group of folks, about her dad and the whole thing. It was just very emotional. So I just really want to take special note to that family, but many other families who have also had that issue. Each of the memorials were so well done and different in their own way, but just beautiful. Several of us, Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Latval, and myself, were down at the meeting of the Council of the Whole, or meeting of the whole, whatever that they call that, meeting of the whole. Thank you. To listen to the development agreement side of the Rays deal. And though it's not our deal to deal, it's the St. Pete Council, I thought there was a lot of really good questions, a lot of things that I felt still needed to be addressed, and I'm glad the council was doing that. They're doing their due diligence in that meeting. I think that message was received loud and clear, I'm sure. I know I've talked to Barry a couple times. We're probably going to hopefully see a presentation in the fall from AmSkills. It's a group that we've had a relationship with in the past. I didn't really like the model back then. We tried for a couple of years, and then we stopped supporting it. The group has morphed. It's changed. Pasco's maintained their relationship very closely. They moved, the Pinellas group, they moved from Eastlake down to Laleman. They've just been doing a great job. They have their boot camps, and they have 15 to 25 students, if you will, that are going through a 3-week training. Then they get interviewed by 5 or 6 different companies, and they get second interviews at the company, and many are being hired. And I asked for some statistics on that so that we could see that. But not only are they getting jobs, but they're getting better, higher paying jobs, which I think is really an important distinction, something that obviously we should encourage all of our residents to pursue. Tampa Bay Water, among many other things, we talked about the budget and passed it. We had 2 alternatives, and in that case, we had, there's one use of funds where we had about $28 million in reserves. The cap was 20, so we used a little bit of the reserves to keep the prices down so that they're charging Pinellas County and Hillsborough County and all the member governments less for the raw water that we use. And when I say raw water, processed water coming to us to be further processed. But I thought it was really important that we do that, and it passed. I think it was 8-1, I believe. So anyway, that was good. Let's see. I'm assuming because on my calendar we have the one-on-ones with the Purdue University feedback. Any feedback on that from your meeting that you can share, or?
Well, sure, absolutely, I can share. Their approved policies are really for breeders, or not for shelters or retail yet.
Right.
So they assured us that they would touch back base with us. They will be looking for a pilot community eventually, but until they have their policies determined for shelter and retail, they're excited about the work they're doing with breeders, and I think the work they're doing with breeders, and if they can get nationwide acceptance of them, will make a big difference. But then they'll shift their work to retail and shelter.
Well, I think the last time I saw, there's over 20,000 breeders, and I think 100 of them have that designation. So that was the one thing that was a little bit disturbing. But we'll each have that one-on-one opportunity, not with them, but I think with our staff.
With your staff, yeah.
Okay. I'll look forward to that because there's just so much work to do, and I'm still not quite sure I understand this whole secrecy thing. I always thought that if somebody mimicked you on a program, another certification program, to do something good, that it should be, it would be a real, what's that? Yeah, it would be. And I think that's something that they should look at in, and get more of these breeders going through a checklist that makes them more accountable. You would think that, and you'd think that our stores here in this county would look for those types of breeders as well. But anyway, that's work to come. Let's see, a stadium meeting for the next one, that's postponed to what date, Perry? The St. Pete Council.
Well, they've tentatively targeted the committee of the whole that'll be on the stadium development, I think for June the 13th, but again, that's subject to the agreements being prepared and ready for packets on May the 30th. So we're meeting for every day this week, so to be determined.
And those meetings are on both issues, or is it on the stadium?
No,
side?
this is all on the stadium.
On the stadium, okay. All right, well, good, we'll see what happens. There's a Memorial Day event happening in Clearwater. This year it's going to be a lot larger than it's been in the past. They're going to have a parade, they're going to have more activities, and they have asked me to potentially look at some financial assistance for next year. I told them it was too late this year, that I would try, but it's too late. So I'm going to try to get that information together when we get through our budget hearings and talk a little bit about that. Wouldn't be much, but it would just be a way to fund a Memorial Day event. And the things that I'm hearing about, it's really exciting and really good, and I think it's going to be an uptick. So we'll bring that back when I get that information. We have our final CRC meeting is this Thursday, and then we have 2 public hearings coming up. I think this Thursday is our last meeting, and then next Tuesday is our first of 2 public hearings. And so we'll know a little bit more at the end of this meeting on Thursday, which items, if any additional ones than what I've mentioned in the past, are coming forward to the voters in November. And also wanted to thank Commissioner Justice for his comments this morning at the Ray Neary Park groundbreaking ceremony. It was really nice. It was nice to meet Mrs. Neary. I'd never met her before. What a delightful lady. But it was really a nice event, and thank you, Commissioner Flowers, for being there as well. It's great to see you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Long.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Shockingly, I don't have any new business to report today, but I would like to comment, if it's appropriate, on Commissioner Eggers' points about the Clearwater Memorial Service, and I would not be in favor of allocating dollars to an individual city, only because we have 24 of them in our county, and I see that as starting a precedent that if we do it for one, where do we draw the line in terms of all of the other 24, many of which do their own celebrations? And so that's all I'm going to say about that piece, but that's it.
Okay. Commissioner Flowers.
I haven't officially brought it forward.
Well, thank you very much. So I believe my esteemed colleague shared about our upcoming meeting. Thank you for, of course, we can't communicate and talk, but we were thinking on the same page, and I know that our staff had been asking for that as well. So I look forward to a very productive, spirited meeting. Yes.
Spirited, I bet.
And that's May 30th. I have a meeting tomorrow with the Pinellas County Career Source. Purportedly our last meeting, but maybe not so. What I would have hoped that would have happened is that meeting would be scheduled after the consortium meeting, because we're not sure what will happen at the consortium meeting. So we will report on that next meeting, our next meeting. I attended the Pinellas Education Foundation Board meeting yesterday morning. New officers were elected. I'm really excited about the number of scholars that receive, many of us know them as Doorway Scholarships. Now it's Take Stock in Children's Scholarships. But about 90% of the individuals who start when they initially are invited into the program actually complete and graduate and matriculate on to college. So that's about 90%, and I believe the stat nationwide was about 70%. So it's really encouraging to see the numbers increase, and Superintendent Kevin Hendricks gave an update regarding what's going on with Pinellas County Schools. I'm also really excited about the fact that now you can go onto their site and look real time at where they are with the assessments for the scholars. People are always asking where are your reading assessment numbers, where are your math assessment numbers? But this way you can see that in real time. So we had a really good meeting. I attended the Lakewood High School graduation. My great-nephew, Jonathan Watson-Haynes' grandson, graduated, and so it was a pleasure to be invited by Principal Garcia and her AVID team to sit on the stage and get a chance to be one of the first to give him a hug for completion. Lakewood High School Athletics also held their Hall of Fame. Coach Moore, who's the football coach with Lakewood High School, always has phenomenal players that come out of Lakewood High School, moving on to college and then on to the pros, as well as basketball. And so several individuals were recognized. Academy Prep honored its fabulous females, and so that event was actually the same day as the Resiliency Conference, but congratulations to those young ladies that received recognition. Ms. Esther Matthews, who's the president of the NAACP, was one of those individuals, so shout out to her. I met with April Thanos. Barry knows I've been chatting with him and our forestry division about some greenery and whatnot along the boulevard of 22nd Avenue South going into Pasadena, just kind of a beautification project. Unfortunately, because of the easements and whatnot, it's difficult, and we're not able to plant any trees or anything of that nature on the southern side of the road. However, we're now talking about some of the huge ballast pots that plants can go in, and having the business owners kind of adopt a planting area. So it'll be something nice to help with the entryway and exit into the Gulfport community. The Florida Association of Counties Executive Committee met. Our conference is coming up in June. Hope you guys will be there. But the one of the proposed speakers said some things that were not so nice. Some of you may have read the article that was in Florida Politics or heard about it, and so we did make the decision to ask that individual to not attend the conference. In that person's place is Adriana Hazlitt. If you all recall, she's the young lady who was one of the persons that lost a leg when it was the Boston Marathon bomber. And so she will be speaking about some of the things she's been doing to try to shed a positive light on the things that are happening in the world. So she will be our speaker instead of the individual that we had invited previously. I attended the AKA Academy Dinner, where we always honor our graduating seniors. That was at the All-State Center. Thank you so much, Dr. Tanja Williams. We gave out $40,000 in scholarship money, so I'm super excited about that. The Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, thank you all for coming. I appreciate it, and congratulations to all of the team members on the Future of the Region Award for Pinellas County. If you want to go on our Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council site, you can see all the pictures that are up there regarding the conference, and then kind of read a little information about it. So it was really, really good. The breakout sessions were absolutely wonderful, and special shout out to our youth program that Carla Bristol oversees. because she spoke on a panel about growing your own food. I will be the speaker for Bayside High School's graduation on the 25th, on May 25th. So pray for me, please. And congratulations to Reverend Lewis Murphy. He will be celebrating 25 years as the pastor of Mount Zion Progressive Church that just does a fabulous job working in the community. And so kudos and congratulations to him. Memorial Day is Monday, so thank you, Commissioner Eggers, for sharing about the event up in Clearwater. I'll try to make it up there, but I do love attending events throughout the county because they are always super exciting. That is all that I have.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Try not to be repetitive, but did have the opportunity to attend the 2 fallen officer memorial services by the sheriff and by the city of Clearwater. Really powerful times to remember the folks that we have responding, being first responders, and some that have made that ultimate sacrifice for us. I did not have 8 or 10 or 12 hours to spend with the St. Pete City Council that day, but I'm glad that you went and got something out of it. One of the things I attended that day instead was I went to the Exchange Club, where they honored Detective Sean Schwartz as the St. Petersburg Police Officer of the Year, and to hear the story of his work was really, really incredible, really going above and beyond in order to bring justice and peace for some of the victims' families. Really amazing. The Hurricane Expo at the center at Palm Harbor last weekend. Wanted to thank our county staff. We had a ton of county staff, as you heard Erica talk the other day, out there and providing information. Mike the weather guy and Dennis Phillips were out there, and a lot of folks kind of getting prepared. Seems to come around faster and faster every year this season, but it was good to see so many citizens out there. Hospital Week was last week, and I got the opportunity to serve breakfast to the overnight nursing staff at Northside Hospital in Lellman on 49th Street there, so that was a great time. And it feels like I have a few more things, but I'm blanking on it. I do want to thank those that were able to attend this morning and thank Chair Peters for asking me to sub in for her at the Ray Neary groundbreaking. You know, Lellman in a lot of ways is like a small town, and when something happens, there's people that love it and people that hate it, and you kind of get some of those. But I will tell you, everybody loves what was happening today, all the factions I've heard from. So, and it was really great to have Mrs. Neary there to celebrate with us. So I want to thank everyone that's been on our team that is making that happen. With that, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's see, I attended the 100-year anniversary for Clearwater Gas, and I didn't realize that that is actually a Clearwater City department, actually owned by the city of Clearwater. And back in 1924, the city council at the time issued a 30-year, $150,000 bond. I mean, think about that, right? 30-year, $150,000. I mean, you just write a check for that today, right? But it worked out for them to lay the initial pipe through the city, and today that spins off about $3 million a year to the city. So it certainly paid off for them, but very interesting history there. Last Friday, I presented a proclamation to the Hero to a Child breakfast, which we recognized here today. I also participated in Fire Ops 101. It was a week ago Saturday, and not that I really needed an appreciation for what our first responders do every day, but you walk away from that with a definite appreciation for what they do. So it was it's a fun day when you don't have to do it, but I can only imagine the stress that they have to go through on a daily basis when some of the calls that they have to respond to. But it was a nice opportunity to walk in their shoes for a day and see what they do. I had a meeting with the Florida Orchestra. They're looking for, trying to find a permanent home and looking hopefully for that to be in St. Petersburg. Attended the Historic Preservation Summit last Friday at Innisbrook, and I want to thank Tom Schofield and Nancy McKibben for all the hard work that they do for that board. Earlier today, I attended the Habitat for Humanity Leadership luncheon to discuss the Jimmy and Rosalind Carter work project that they're trying to get in St. Petersburg. Attended that with Mayor Welch. Also earlier today, local coordinating board for the Transportation Disadvantage met. We approved the provider contracts for the next year. attended Tampa Bay Water yesterday with Commissioner Eggers, and just one other quick things on that. I know Commissioner Eggers touched on that a bit, but the watering restrictions issued by SwiftMud have made a very significant impact in keeping us within striking distance of our well field permits. However, those restrictions are set to expire July 1 of this year, so unless SwiftMud renews those, then it'll be up to local governments to issue their own restrictions. So just something to keep on the radar. And then we also reviewed upcoming CIP requirements for fiscal year 25 through fiscal year 34, and the anticipation of needing to issue $789 million in bonds for upcoming projects, and that's only a part of the total of 99 projects totaling $1.78 billion that Tampa Bay Water anticipates needing in the coming decade or two. So a lot going on there, so more to come. And then this Saturday, I will be, and I think potentially Commissioner Latvel and I may be pouring beer together at the, volunteering our time at the Parrot Head Festival in downtown Palm Harbor. So come on down and we'll pour you a beer. And that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Okay, well, for a change, I actually have quite a few things. The TDC met last week, and they really focused mostly on budget, and they will not be meeting in the month of June. I attended the Besties Award that Visit St. Pete Clearwater kind of resurrected again. It was a great event, and I got to announce the winner of the best wedding venue, which just happened to be where my husband asked me to marry him, which was the Don Cesar, so we had a lot of fun with that. I attended the NAMI walk. I mentioned it Thursday, and Councilmember Ricky Butler and Senator Darrell Roussan were there this past Saturday. And what was exciting about that is NAMI last time had 90 participants in that walk, and this year they had over 430. So it was a huge increase in participation. And, you know, they're really getting the word out, and they really are fighting the stigma. And NAMI has done a great job at training peers, because we know peer specialists make a difference when it comes to treatment. So they had a lot of great stories there. It was a great event. Barbara and Aurelis and the communication teams, they are doing a great job with the Pinellas Citizens University. And I want to congratulate Jamie Lewis, who is here, because she finished that program. And I understand everybody really enjoyed it and liked learning about our county and what we do. And I think for new employees to do it and residents, it's really helpful. So I think it's a great program. They did a great job. And that 6 weeks went by so fast. Also, the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber, I think that was mentioned already. They have their annual tourism luncheon on Thursday. I'm sure most of you will be there. I look forward to seeing you there. Several of us will be at the Heritage Oaks Senior Living Facility groundbreaking this Friday. And I want to thank you, if you're going to come, for taking time out to do that. I also have a meeting with the Opiate Abatement Funding Advisory Board coming up to discuss the strategy for opiate settlement funding. And then I want to wish, and I guess on behalf of all of the commissioners, a happy birthday to Tony Stillo from Commissioner Long's office. It's his birthday today. And happy early birthday to Commissioner Eggers. I know that's coming up early June. The Hurricane Preparedness Day is June 1st, 2024, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. in Tarpon Springs. There's having them all over the county, but they're listed on Facebook. So just to everybody in Pinellas County, hurricane season is coming very quickly. I hope you all are taking it seriously and being prepared. Also, I want to wish a safe and happy Memorial Day weekend to everybody, and remember the reason for the holiday, because many people gave their life, and we're so grateful they did. Also, I want to thank Deputy Mike Winnick and Tom Manley from the Sheriff's Department for being here. I love the work that they do and their support for us and the community. And I also want, if you all are okay with this, I would like to do a photo op with the commissioners and Unite Us staff, since they're still here. They've waited throughout this whole meeting. I'm just so excited about the CAM, and I think it'd be great if Lourdes and Karen would join us and the Unite Us, if you guys don't mind taking another photo. Great, thank you. And since it's the launch of it today, that'd be great. Commissioner Justice?
I just had one question before we wrap for the time.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Eggers, the CRC Thursday will vote on which item or items to move to the ballot, or which items to bring to public?
Thursday will be our last meeting to consider anything else that will be voted on to move to the public hearings. And they must have, I think there's 13 members, so we decided early on that every item that comes forward to the public hearing would need at least 7 votes.
And then, so Thursday, you'll decide 2 or 3 items potentially?
Yeah, probably 1 left, yeah. And then that'll be added to the other 3 or 4 that we've already kind of taken action on to move forward. Yeah.
And then the first public hearing is Tuesday, right away?
Yeah.
And are we, as a county, are we putting, I mean, how are we communicating to the public that this is happening?
Well, we've had availability to be, we've put that messaging out through our website. We've put that messaging, I've tried to talk about it every meeting that we have, and it's open to the public. They can call in, they can do it via Zoom. So, I mean.
And then what would be the, do you know, and if you don't, we can get it, but the final day, the last meeting of the CRC to be final vote to move things to the ballot?
It should be about 2 weeks after next Tuesday, which is the 26th. It'll probably be some June 10th, somewhere. Let me.
Okay, all right.
Look for it.
I just wanted to try to get an idea. Well, it comes to us to, right, it would come to us before, but they would have a.
Ministerial. Yeah, it's June 10th.
Right, but we don't really have a choice on whether we put it on the ballot, right, Attorney?
You do not. It's a ministerial function that you're required to pass along. And I was just pulling up while you were talking, just to kind of help out Commissioner Eggers. I do have an email. The first public hearing is May 28th at 6 p.m., and the second one's June 10th. It's Tuesday, May 28th, Monday, June 10th, both at 6 p.m. Here, right, Commissioner?
No, it's not quite right, but.
This is what's being advertised, so I hope it's right.
You said this Thursday?
Tuesday, May 28th.
Oh, Tuesday, I'm sorry, yes.
So a week from today
yeah.
at 6 p.m.
Yep.
And then Monday, June 10th at 6 p.m., both here. And I know that I got this email that came through like the outside counsel and some others, and I got with our communications staff to make sure it's being appropriately noticed on our website.
I think there's going to be 3 or 4 items in the end, but we'll find out soon.
Okay, any other points of discussion? Okay, so we'll take this photograph, and then the meeting will be adjourned. I'm sorry, we will be recessing. We will be recessing. I stand corrected. We will be recessing until 6 p.m.
Item number 38.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 38 is case number LDR 2401. This is the first of two public hearings to consider a request to amend the Pinellas County Land Development Code, Chapter 138, zoning related to definitions and the standards for accessory dwelling units. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
This is the, you want to see?
Commissioner Eggers would like to see a presentation.
Okay, come on up, Glenn.
Hello, good evening. Glenn Bailey, Planning Division Manager, Interim Director of Housing and Community Development. This is code update amendment regarding accessory dwelling units. And it touches on a few areas of the code, mainly in definitions and basically the specific use standards section of accessory dwelling units, as well as parking standards. So some background information. As most of you know, an accessory dwelling unit is a smaller independent dwelling unit on the same lot as a primary single-family detached home. They contain their own kitchen, their own bathroom, and sleeping area by definition. They're also called various other things, such as garage apartments, in-law apartments, granny flats, things like that. And they can be attached to the primary home, or they can be unconnected or separate building detached on the same property. They provide important options for affordable housing, extended family, multi-generational living arrangements, and an income source for property owner if they're rented, if they happen to be rented. So they provide a variety of things that are beneficial. They've been allowed in unincorporated Pinellas County for many years, decades even. There's a major code update in 2019 that provided increased flexibility for them. They allowed the owner to occupy either the primary or the ADU itself. They allowed separate utilities, things like that in 2019. The intent of the current code amendment proposal is to further enhance flexibility for ADUs, to provide additional clarifications and incentives for ADUs, and to basically provide increased opportunity for new ADUs and overall housing options that can be more affordable. There's some background information. The current ADU allowances go through a few of these. Again, they're accessory to single-family detached home and residential zones. They can also be accessory to a business and non-residential zones, so you could have a caretaker, security manager, things like that. Again, one lot per parcel, maximum size is 750 square feet. They're exempt from density calculations and parking requirements. You could have separate meter utility connections. You don't have to, but you could. You want to separate them out, rent one or the other. Mobile homes and RVs can't be ADUs. They all must meet the common criteria for each zoning district. They have to meet setbacks, green space, everything that the primary home has to meet. And again, either the primary home or the ADU must be owner occupied, so the owner must be on site. Highlights proposed changes in increasing the maximum ADU size from 750 square feet to 1,000 square feet. It's exceptions for areas in the coastal storm area and other flood hazard areas where we don't necessarily want to put potentially more people in those areas. So the larger square footage of the ADU, potentially the more people that could reside there. Importantly, that attached ADUs, as written, cannot be taller than the primary home. It alleviates some compatibility concerns. So impacts to neighbors, things like that. Clarifying some things regarding what's actually calculated as part of its size. The code is kind of ambiguous in that right now. It's kind of vague, so it's clarifying that a garage associated with ADU does count in terms of its size. Allowing staff level review for larger size, certain criteria are met, up to 20% over the maximum. Otherwise, you have to go to the Board of Adjustment Appeals. Right now, if you're just 1 square foot over 750 square foot maximum, you have to go get a variance from the Board of Adjustment Appeals. So this allows some flexibility for staff to make approvals up to 20% over the maximum. An example would be if you have, let's say, a need for larger space because you need wheelchair accessibility, so you increase the size of the bathroom, things like that. Some small increases so staff can make those determinations. If it's like the minimum deviation necessary for whatever purpose, like serving for an elderly parent or grandparent, things like that. It also, it's an important change, is waiving the owner-occupied requirement for affordable housing purposes. So in certain instances, it would allow both the primary home and the ADU to be rented out. In that case, they would basically be required to be affordable at 80% or below median family income and subject to a 20-year land use restrictive agreement. We've had a couple of cases where some nonprofits wanted to come and buy a property that already had an ADU on it, but our requirements are that one or the other has to be owner-occupied, so they couldn't use it for affordable housing purposes. This would allow them to do so for both the units. Also, clarifying, the code wasn't clear to what qualifies an ADU, so we're adding the clarification that's separate entrance from the primary dwelling units. So if you had an attached ADU, you could have it on one structure basically, but the ADU would have a separate entrance from the primary. So it has to have a separate entrance, its own sleeping quarters and bathrooms dedicated to it, and a full kitchen as well, with a sink, cooking unit, and refrigerator. Sure.
We have a question from Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, both the primary home and ADU could be rented, but they're both required to be affordable?
Correct. And under...
As it's currently situated, if one's got a primary homeowner, the other one can be rented to whoever?
Correct. Right now, the property owner has to live either in the primary or the ADU itself. So if they, they want to downsize, they can move into their ADU and rent out their primary. They can do that now. Or they can live in the primary and rent out their ADU. Or they can have a mother-in-law live there or whatever.
It doesn't have to be related. It could be Airbnb.
It could be, yes.
As it currently
is. We
now, if you go to both rentals, you couldn't do Airbnb in both.
Correct. They'd have to be under a land use restrictive agreement and 80% below median AMI. So, yes.
Thank you.
And the intent of owner occupation is to mitigate some of those negative impacts that a short-term rental might have. Because you have a property owner on site, chances are there'd be less impacts on neighbors because the property owner would have to deal with those same impacts. So that's the intent there. But that is in the code now.
Commissioner Scott, I'm sorry. Are you finished?
I said I was done. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a quick question. So under the proposed changes, it says detached ADUs cannot be taller than the primary home. So they can be now?
Yes.
Okay. So going forward, if we adopt...
Because we were increasing the size from 750 to 1,000, there was some concern among some staff that it could be more impactful to surrounding property owners, neighboring properties. So this way, it can't be built higher than, so the primary home's 25 feet, it can't be higher than that, although the zoning district might allow normally 35 feet. But it's compatibility concerns.
I did have one more question.
Thank you.
Commissioner Eggers has a follow-up.
Yeah, back to the affordability aspect. If they're both being rented, and I've heard about some developments that wanted to have rentals like this, was there any thought given to like workforce at 120 or 100% AMI, or is it just strictly going to be the 80%? Both of them have to be 80, not flexible to allow one to be at a 100% AMI. I'm thinking of like the teaching industry or first responders or somebody who, maybe at that 100% level. These are perfect for that.
Basically, it's really a discussion on is 120% that much below market value or not. It's just a number we came up with, normal you would think of in affordable housing. So you can certainly change that to 120 if you'd like.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you. So it could be because I'm just having a glitch in my brain, but how could you potentially rent something out as an Airbnb if one of them is that it's required to be affordable at 80% or below?
You couldn't do that. Either the owner has to live in one or the other, or both have to be 80% or below.
Okay.
The way it's written right now.
I just wanted, because I know that was a grave concern about persons turning their properties into Airbnbs, and that 80% or below should effectively cease that, because you would certainly rent for more than 80%.
Yeah, the reason we suggested that and put this in there is because we did have a couple of nonprofits asking to do what, rent both of them out, and we just weren't able to do that under the current code.
If you have anyone that currently has an accessory dwelling unit, are they grandfathered in for the old requirements.
The height and stuff like that,
Yeah.
yes. Anything that's more restrictive in this new code would be grandfathered in
Okay,
under the old code if it was legally permitted, yes.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think that's it on the questions so far.
Some more highlights. We're clarifying that certain ADUs are exempt from parking requirements. Now, all of them are exempt right now, but there was some concern amongst some staff that the larger the ADU, the more cars that might be affiliated with it. So the way it's written now is anything over 750, so 750 to 1,000 or higher, if they get a variance or whatnot, would require at least one off-street parking space. So right now, they don't require anything. Up to 750 is the maximum now, so this would keep that the same, but if you go over that, they're going to now require one off-street parking space. Also waiving applicable development review fees for ADUs, allowing a single-family home. This is a second kitchen under certain circumstances, so certain conditions. So if you have a single-family home, they don't want to put in an ADU necessarily, but they want to have space for their grandparents, parents, grandparents, family, things like that. You could, right now, you can't have a second kitchen. It only allows one kitchen per single-family dwelling unit. The way to get around that is having an ADU, but you have the limitation of the size for ADUs. So we're having some cases go to the Board of Adjustment that they were struggling with because they want to put a second story on primary, the existing single-family home. That's a lot larger than 750 square feet. Say, well, we don't really want to rent this out. We just want to have space for our parents basically coming in from other parts of the country, whatnot. So they were having to get variances, and sometimes it's difficult to get those variances. This way, if we allow a second kitchen under the conditions that you only have one primary entrance, so there's not a separate entrance like an ADU would have, one address, there's no separate address, so you only have one address, one home, one address, and no separate metered utility connection, so it's under one utility bill, pretty much. So that's not an ADU because it doesn't meet the criteria of an ADU. This would provide flexibility for, again, extended generational family living arrangements, which we've seen more and more of in recent years. But if you can't meet those conditions, the one primary entrance and one address and no separate meter and utility connections, it would be considered an ADU. Or if it's an R4 zoning, something like that, it could be a duplex. So that's important flexibility I think we're adding there.
Just another question.
Commissioner Eggers.
So a rented ADU to just, somebody who's living there and is renting out, are there any different building requirements than, say, if it was an Airbnb that has certain commercial handicap accessibility? There's
Not that I'm aware of, no. There's nothing no, because it's still considered a home.
No, I just was trying to think about the next session up in Tallahassee, coming up with some rules to overdo what we're doing, and then making it a financial difficulty to convert back or something, Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. The last highlight here is clarifying that multifamily dwelling units on a single parcel can be either detached or attached to each other. Right now, the code basically says that they have to be attached. So it can be considered multifamily. Multiple units on one parcel, they have to be attached to each other like an apartment or a condo format. Allowing them to be also detached would allow for cottage style or tiny home rental developments on a single lot. So in essence, you could have one property owner and they could rent out each of those cottage style or tiny homes to separate people. So it's an affordability thing, opportunity for affordable housing there. We've gotten some interest from developers about doing this process here. But that would be basically allowed wherever our multifamily zoning districts are. Something like that would not be allowed in single-family detached residential. So it just adds additional layer of flexibility. So the recommendation is the proposed amendments were reviewed by both internal, so the various departments like Public Works, BDRS, and external stakeholders, the development group, the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. It's vetted by Ford Pinellas for consistency with the countywide rules, and we find it consistent with the comprehensive plan. And this is the first of two required hearings because it's a code update, land development code update, so you'll have to have a second public hearing for adoption which is currently scheduled for the next one, available one is the end of July at 6 p.m. And the local planning agency did recommend approval with a 5-to-1 vote.
Okay, any other questions or discussion? No? Okay, thank you. No, this is the first hearing, so we don't need a motion. That's all right. So we're going to move on to number 39.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Agenda item number 39 is a proposed resolution and ordinance approving the 8-year extension of the Safety Harbor Community Redevelopment Area and Redevelopment Trust Fund. The public hearing was properly advertised, and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So would the new expiration date for the CRA then be October 6, 2032?
Would be, yes, yes.
Is that correct?
Yes. So we provided the updates. They needed time to complete their plans, but they already modified that down to the 95, down to the 50%. So yeah, so then it'd be backdated the 2 years. So it'd be 8 years remaining.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Do they have a chance to renew this again?
No? That'll be the end of their extensions?
If you want to come up for the microphone, thank you.
We have Carol back representing Safety Harbor, along with their Community Development Director, if you have questions of them.
Good evening. Yes, I do believe that would be the end of the term, but also just to note that the ordinance would include an option for the board to review this at a midterm, so in 4 years, even before 2032, to look at what progress has been made with the fund spent and what's remaining to be done.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Any other questions? Discussion? Do we have a motion? Got a motion from Commissioner Justice? Second from, was that Commissioner Eggers? If you bring up the voting card, commissioners can vote. Commissioner Long?
I voted.
Did you vote? It didn't register. There we go. That passes unanimously. We're on to number 40.
Agenda item number 40 is a proposed ordinance providing for the administration of state statute FS 553.899, mandatory structural inspections for condominium and cooperative buildings. This item is companion to item number 41. The public hearing was properly advertised, and affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Do we have any discussion or looking for a presentation? Question from Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the cost for Phase 1 and Phase 2 are $275 apiece. Is that just to cover our costs? Are we anything over and above that, or is it just purely?
Kevin or Eve, either one? Or both?
Good evening, Kevin McAndrew, Director, BDRS. Yes, the fee associated with both Phase 1 and Phase 2 is correlated to staff time and effort regarding the administration of taking in the report, reviewing the report, and keeping it housed within our Acela portal.
So we're not actually doing the inspections, we're just reviewing the reports from the inspectors?
That's correct. In fact, we're only reviewing the report for completeness in accordance with compliance with the state statute. The design professional that is representing each of the respective condominiums is the engineer or architect of record that takes that responsibility.
So we're just making sure the boxes are checked?
Correct.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Discussion? Be looking for a motion. And a motion from Commissioner Flower. I think I heard a second from Commissioner Long first. If we bring up the voting card, commissioners can vote. Okay, and that passes unanimously. And for the companion item, number 41.
Agenda item number 41 is companion to agenda item 40. It is an update to the building services fee schedule to include milestone report fees to administer state statute FS 553.899, mandatory structural inspections for condominium and cooperative buildings by resolution. Agenda item number 42 is an amendment by resolution supplementing the fiscal year 2024 operating and capital budgets, realigning reserves and funds, and recognizing unanticipated receipt of funds for requesting departments. This is companion to item number 43. The public hearing was properly advertised, and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Are there any questions or discussion? Got a motion from Commissioner Long. Second from Commissioner Flowers. Pull up the voting card. Commissioners can vote. Who are we missing? Eggers. Commissioner
I'm
Eggers.
pondering.
That passes unanimously. We're going to move on to number 43.
Agenda item number 43 and companion to item number 42 is a request for approval of change order number 1 to Gator Dredging Incorporated for the Grand Canal Maintenance Dredging Project.
Any questions or discussion? Got a motion from Commissioner Scott, a second from Commissioner Long. If we bring up the voting card, commissioners can vote.
And just for clarification, that is the item, that's the amendment, but this is for Paso Grow.
Yes. Waiting on me?
Making sure.
Who are we waiting on? You want to ponder? Okay.
How'd it feel?
And that passes unanimously. Is there any other comment or discussion?
Pause, read, and react. That's how you make calls.
Okay, without any further discussion, now this meeting is adjourned.